not like it was.
Yo, I heard you like sunken colonies, so we're making 10,000, or 100,000, or however many zeros I put on the one. Restream chat seems to be working, allegedly. So we'll find out if that is true as time goes on. I think I can close that, close this, and then re-import the tile set, as I apparently was going to do. I left all this running while I was snoozing, and while I was working, so... This PyTile's been open for a very long time on my computer, which is never a good thing. What other things do we have in here? Okay. Many too many windows. Call a lot of those. Subveek. Yeah, it was a lot of sunkens. I think there's... Well, I actually have the math already done for you. Lying around here somewhere. So in the various staging areas, we've got 10, 22, and 17 sunken colonies. And then in the main, there's 10. And in the expansions, there's 2 each. The staging towns, I should say, there's 2 each. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. 16 for the natural. Which reminds me, I should grab the start location. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like there's 20 creep colonies in total. Siege of Marsar. Why? Are you drawing a parallel to Siege of Coral or something? Sovik, you may be interested in this AI because it's much more, I guess you could call it, procedurally driven, function-based, based much more in functions. So I don't have a single thread where I actually explicitly request creep colonies or spore colonies or sunken colonies. I've got all of the tech is done through the player need calls, which first call to make sure that they've got enough resources and some other junk. Although I'm gonna have to mess around with the controls for that, because I may want to create the request before. And this also made me think of a bunch of things like what a new build request would look like in theory. And so I was thinking of a script build request that would look like something like well, I guess we could call it like ext build. or something like that. Or I guess it could be build Q. And then there'd be like quantity, unit ID. Priority would be optional. And then we would have flags. And flags would be like... exactly, Connor. What's up? So flags would be like if needed, which would be the equivalent of player need, and then you'd have stuff. I mean, there'd be like wait resources. Which would be its own sub-command within it, a sub-comparison within it. And then there'd be like wait tile, which would be either creep. Well, I guess this would just be flag, but creep or power. Which would be really useful for like waiting for all like if there's no base layout spots for this unit, for this request that isn't covered in creep or doesn't have power, then we're gonna wait until there is that status, something like that. If needed, there's like some others that I wanted to throw in there. I forget what they were, but I like the idea of waiting for resources because you're basically waiting for, like, you're creating the request. But in this case, it's a queue, so it immediately goes through. And so I don't know if maybe one of the flags should be use requests. Like, one of the flags could be request, and then it would create a request in the normal system instead of using queue. Oh yeah, that's true. So it should be like... Boolean. Good idea. And then I feel like there should also be some other wait. Well, I think this is fine by itself. I was gonna say like you should be able to throw in like bring jump or whatever in here, but then we're getting into fantasy land where we can have any comparison and anything in the arguments there. That's probably not necessary. In this case, you know, you've got wait tile, wait resources if needed, and request if you want to do a request instead of immediate queue. And I think that would be good. That would be ideal. Because then that would eliminate... oh, the other one was for tech requirements. So... I guess maybe then you should also have, like, wait... In addition to wait tech... Wait tech would just wait to queue or request the structure until you have the tech requirements. And then there'd be wait own. And then you'd have quantity and unit ID. So then you can do like, I want to wait until I own a layer before I request second evolution chamber or something, you know what I mean? I think this could really work out very, very well, because if we have this kind of command and we're able to do stuff like this, I mean that would take care of everything that I'm otherwise calling all of these blocks that wait for specific resources. We're rolling that all into the command that also requests, and we get to sidestep the request system, which is important for stuff that we absolutely need to have happen, right? And you can make the resource type and resource quantity anything you want. Like, you could wait for 100 gas before building your evolution chamber if you wanted, if that was like the break point in the build order you wanted to do. So it doesn't have to be that you wait for 75 minerals, because that's the cost of an evolution chamber. So, I mean, you could even throw in like a safety check where like you do something like well, I guess the other thing, though, is that if priority is optional, then it should be the last value. Because... I'm not sure how you do, like... I guess you would do 0 if there were no flags, and then 88 would be, like, the... Or 90 would be the priority in this case. That way the priority can be last, just because I don't know how you would specify a blank priority. Maybe you could do 255 or something for no priority. But that way you're not like fucking with the index or whatever. So, and then we could do build Q1 evolution chamber. And maybe another thing we could do with this is have it match base layout priority. So in this case, it would be like match layout value. And so if I did something like build Q1 evolution chamber, or in this case I would do like 3 evolution chamber, wait tile, creep true, match layout 50, 49, 48. So yeah, I think this is a pretty robust command. I don't know if there's really any other ones, but this would be like, I would use this in every script pretty much. So, I mean, the match layout thing is probably going to be fairly niche, but I think it would open up more flexibility because it would allow you to be like, maybe there'd be like a separate thread. Like you have in your defense thread, you're doing like, instead of doing just generic add build stuff the way that I was doing for all of these Sunken Colony tendrils, it would be like, if the enemy's got, you know, I mean, you could even stack this anyway because that build obviously has a max cap. So if if this AI starts doing combat with wraiths, or there's like a later command that we end up developing that tracks what the player has scouted and they scout starports or they scout wraiths, that would be a situation where like suddenly it makes sense to start add building spore colonies at a higher priority. And so maybe at that point you could start to build queue creep colonies that would and build queue spore colonies in a variety of different areas matching certain layouts. So like prioritizing certain things more. Rather than just allowing the spore colony stuff to do it normally. Like, they will normally do spore colony stuff, but it'll be fairly slow by comparison. And so this would allow you to, like, fast-track that. And there's a couple of different areas I can imagine base layout or match layout being useful, but it's admittedly fairly niche. I don't know if there's anything else, but I am definitely putting this on the wish list. And there was something on the wish list that I was supposed to put on from a... Let's see. Oh yeah, reuse mini tile duplicates, old, new. Don't worry. Okay. So I'll add that to the pie tile list. And then I have to add build queue to the list. Actually, I don't even know if I have a script section in here. I have AI control, base layout, auto tactics, sound state. Maybe wait own should include player ID so you could match. That might make some sense. Just for in case, because if you have an allied AI like Scarlet and Sienna in Zergo 1, one of the things that I was thinking of doing is like only requesting certain things when you have certain situations, basically. But honestly, maybe at this point, maybe the instead of build queue, this should just be the new queue command, because if you can also request like guards using this kind of system, maybe it's fine for those to be their own commands anyway. But like that, it's definitely a more robust command than anything we have right now for something like this. So. Trying to think if there's anything else. Okay. Just about added. Alright. That should be up. So, how did you end up fixing your, whatever it was called, your A's bugs, Veek, if you're still here? Did you figure out what was causing the issues? Super werewolf soldiers, by the way. All right. What shocked me the most about yesterday's AI session was that I spent basically like an hour or less working on this AI, and I mean, yeah, I've got to do upgrades and I've got to do expansion logic in some cases or whatever, but like most of the stuff is done. Like I just have to plug in these systems, and then I've got to like control for certain variables. As time goes on, I'm sure the script will become more complicated because I have to control for different conditions before doing certain things, but it's really not that, like, it's not nearly as challenging as I thought it was going to be, or not nearly as time-consuming as I thought I was going to be. This system of using the add build loops and whatnot has really cut down on the amount of time that I have to spend writing stuff. So, like, one of the things that I was thinking about doing already is going into, what's it called? Like, once I really get a solid grip of this system, I wanted to go in and mess around with the in-consummate AI and then do the same sort of scripted thing for, you know, missile turrets and photon cannons. I can't really do it with bunkers, but I should be able to do it with everything other than bunkers, pretty much. One concern I do have, maybe something that should be added to build queue, is simply to increment. Like a flag that increments, similar to add build. In fact, I should add that right now. There you go, I just added that. Well, he will be a Ling-focused AI, that's for sure. Just because of the fact that the, like, Gorn is more of a Hydra, Basilisk Queen. Loves queens, spams queens. Like, I want to see the number of queens that I want to see from this AI is like the same amount as like the number of Mutalisks that I would see out of an AI. Slightly less, but like I want to see like 30 or 40 queens by the end of the map from Gorn. And once he gets rolling in that sense, where he's just constantly, he's got broodlings out the fucking wazoo. He's got ensnare tech. Like, good luck getting your army anywhere. So at some point you are gonna, like, that's where you're gonna need wraiths, or you're gonna really need to be on point with your stims. The other issue is you don't really have the many tools in your wheelhouse there to protect against queens, like mass queens, or even mass muta. Like, I'm probably gonna have to give the player science vessels in the first mission so they can use irradiate. And you will actually be able to, if I do that, you'll be able to use EMP shockwave so that you can use, what's it called? When you upgrade radiation shockwave, it'll EMP the units after death, right? So you'll be able to, like, counter with irradiate. The Magistrate will use a lot of science vessels. But you won't have access to D-Matrix anymore. So I want the player to kind of feel the holes in the tech tree, since the tech tree changes in this mission. I want them to feel that they don't have Restore from medics, and they don't have D-Matrix from vessels. And I want them to sort of learn how the new vessel thing works. I think that's good. And, you know, they can still win readily without it, and they don't even really need science vessels to win. If they win early, before, you know, a massive amount of mutas and queens descend upon them, and before this AI builds 10,000 creep colonies everywhere, then of course it makes sense to spend a fair bit of time working on the tech tree holes or whatever. Like they should be able to destroy the Zerg before that happens, before the holes in the tech tree become apparent. And then as the next missions play out, like they're going to get shamans for mass healing, which I think are going to end up seeing. They've already been buffed a little bit from the last time people have used them, where the radius of the heal is a little bit wider. It's now 3 weapon range, whereas before it was a little bit less than that. I think it was like 16 pixels less. Which I don't think... It's like around the width of a Marine, I'm pretty sure, if not a little bit more, in terms of a buff. So it's actually fairly consequential. And so, remember that it's a flat healing rate. You don't have to be closer to the Shaman anymore to get the full heal. So you get healed fully from the farthest way apart. So, once I get a read for that field around the Shaman, which will... what I'm thinking is it's going to sort of pulse out from the Shaman. The final version of the graphic will pulse out. And then any affected units within that radius will also have like some sort of minor glow attached to them for a very brief amount of time to show that they're being healed instead of using the restore graphic. But that way you'll see like it'll actually pulse out and end around the radius of the spell. In terms of like where the ability goes, like that's how far out the ability can heal. That's where the pulse happens. So it'll be much easier to intuit what exactly the limitations of the ability are and of the unit are, and so that'll be a big deal when I get that done, just because it'll be much better for gameplay readability. That being said, there's also a fair bit like there's a pretty big argument for accelerating when Azazels get deployed, because Azazels have D-Matrix, and they also have an upgrade that restores. Restorative Matrices, cleanses buffs, and I think it makes them immune to buffs during the process. And of course I have to make Azazels happen for the first mission of Inconsummate, so I do actually have to make them pretty soon. Like this week, probably. So, when you've got a situation like that, I mean, it only makes sense to have Azazels come in sooner. I don't think it'll be the second mission. The second mission will be Shaman. Will take place. You'll see Shamans. You'll have Siege Tanks and Goliaths and Vultures in this mission, so nothing new in that front. You'll have Wraiths, Dropships, Science Vessels. So the only unit you won't actually have access to are... they're going to be Ghosts and Battlecruisers. And so the next mission you'll have Shamans. And I think maybe the Cyprians will... Maybe I will decide to show them up in Map 2 instead of Map 3. That may end up happening. Like, just accelerating the tech tree unlocks. Those are, 2 units that you have to escalate into. And so the Shamans are going to be something that the allied AI in that map uses. If I do decide to do that, just so that you can see what they're like without actually needing to build them yourself, if you're still skeptical. That being said, I think it'll end up being a fairly simple approach, all things considered. As far as the tech tree thing is concerned, I'm not really that worried about it. I think it'll work out pretty well. I think it's exciting to show off science vessels, science facilities, tier 3 upgrades from the first mission. I think that's a good approach, generally speaking. So that means the only unit that should be disabled... I almost said fucked up, but same thing. Goliaths should be enabled. There's Mass Muta and Queen in this map, but they should definitely be enabled. Let's see. Ghost being disabled is fine. And then at some point I'll hook up the heroes. Set all these to 3. I don't know which one is the real Caduceus reactor, so... Well, it doesn't matter because you don't have access to the unit that does it. I think Optical Flare inevitably will be put on the medics, so I think that's fine. Okay. And just to be sure, I didn't limit the... Oh, that should be 2. I think that was only like that because it's an like an extended upgrade and I had to manually set it. Alright, that's good. Right, yeah, because vessels only have Irradiate now, and eventually I'm gonna have to give them some other passive, I think. Maybe it'll be something like when they get a kill from Irradiate. Maybe it'll be an upgrade you can get for them instead of a passive, because I'm thinking it might be more impactful than what should be a passive. But when you upgrade it, it'll be a passive effect, because I don't want you to have to do too much more micro with them. But my idea was that if you end up dealing, if you end up killing a unit with Irradiate, you get like half of the, or a portion of the energy cost of the spell is refunded, because it's 75 energy, so you'd get like 25 back. Maybe it could be something like 25 energy for every single kill that you get with Irradiate, which would encourage you to Eraser or to do more riskier strategies. Obviously, you don't want to do too risky things with it, because then if you lose your vessel, then you don't get any energy because you fucking lost your vessel, idiot. So there's a couple of different things that I could see happening with that, but I'm not quite sure what they will end up being just yet. I'm looking forward to making them happen, though. So if that's not an upgrade for the vessels, then I think there should be some reward, because I want to make them an entirely offensive craft. So when you see vessels out, like, they're expensive. They're slightly less expensive now than they were in vanilla, like in Brood War. They're, I think they're 25 gas cheaper or something. Let me take a look. Yeah, so they're 25 gas cheaper. Irradiate deals 125 damage over 8 seconds instead of 250 from 37 seconds. Over 37 seconds. So while you deal half damage, you deal it in like a fourth of the time or something. So it's much quicker, much faster acting. Much less time to react before you get destroyed. I think that still one-hits mutas because they have 120 HP. That might be broken, honestly, because it's such a small amount of time for you to react. Was tight space ramp between orange and violet adjusted? Well, I assume by violet you're talking about brass in the middle. I don't think I did anything with the ramps. Are you talking about the asphalt one or the natural one? Because there's these two that are directly between the two. Unless you're just, what you're meaning to say or ask about is the fact that there's, like, not a whole lot of distance between the two of them. That's, that is deliberate, because Zaz is meant to really fuck with, Randall. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I have to erase all this. I wanted to open this area up for a lot of build space for the Terran players. Assuming they were able to take and hold the area. Well, one of the ways is actually, I know it doesn't seem like it, because I'm like opening up build space, but a lot of the doodads and build space blockers actually also block pathing. So removing a lot of those rock doodads, for example, they block small amounts of pathing. I'm going to replace them with some small things here and there that also will probably block pathing, like I moved that rock over, for example. So for sure, it's not like a immediate fix in that sense. But I am also imagining, like, what this will result in is more interactions between, like, it's not necessarily about making the map more maneuverable blanketly. Like, I do think that will be a byproduct of what I'm doing. But the intent is to make it so that the decisions made during your army rotation are more rewarding of skill, more indicative of player skill. So as an example, one of the reasons why I'm oftentimes putting pathing block doodads near connector areas like giant ramps or whatever is that it encourages your units to split. And so if you take the opportunity to split your army, these sort of doodads will actually help you in that. It's like a way to make the pathfinding work in your favor if you take the opportunity to split your army to try to take certain positions. And so it's like a subtle push for the player to say, hey, I should probably be having my army split around a little bit. And it's a little psychological tool, basically. With the idea being that players are going to come out from certain choke points or whatever, and their armies are going to split around normally. Like, it's like stuff like what I just did there is what I'm talking about. Where I moved a pathing block doodad that doesn't block too much pathing a little bit to the left, so that when you come out of this ramp, some of your units will go right, some of your units will go left. That's sort of natural, and then you can, like, sandwich this. So it's, like, small things that make it unattractive to move your entire army in the same direction. If you're, like, 1A, 2A, 3A, and you're left-clicking all in the same spot every single time with all three of those, what you'll end up dealing with is a situation where, some of your units are going to get stuck. And so I'm sort of encouraging players to split their army a little bit, which is naturally a way to improve the maneuverability of your army, and also naturally a way to, like, psychologically push players into a direction where that's encouraged by the map design, but that's a default rewarding activity for you to, like, you're going to be generally, especially as Zerg, or especially as, like, infantry-focused Terran or Gateway Protoss, like, whenever you have a large number of units, you're going to be seeing a situation where it's beneficial to split your army around and then attack. And so with Terran, it's a little bit more like you kind of want to move up in sequences, in segments with your tanks if you're going to be doing a mech army. But with infantry, it definitely pays to split them as well. So I think one tank can still block this whole path. I don't think that's changed. I mean, I opened up more maneuverability in the I made more pathing in the ramp, just in the tile set editor. I've got to turn my place units anywhere option off. Like, I think before, the only way that you I'm pretty sure you could only path this way down before, but I opened up this area. It still probably won't be enough to make it so that you can put 2 tanks down the path at the same time. The fuck? Oh, that's just a terrain block that's in the tile. Good job, Blizzard. Man, what kind of fucking stupid-ass job did Blizzard do where they just made these giant blocks in the terrain? Anyway, I think I also have to fix the pathing of that doodad. Anyway, Vik, I don't know if that really answered your question, but... Pretty sure these tiles are all fucked up as far as their pathing. Not much more I can do on the top side, but I can open up a little bit on the bottom, at the very least. Stuff like making sure your ramps are open enough for movement is a big deal as far as trying to make the map more maneuverable as well. I'm mostly focused on like cutting down on oh, you know what, while I'm at it I might as well import the latest AR files and stat.txt. I don't think I've done that in a while. But yeah, I mostly am trying to cut down on like repetitive, unnecessary actions. Like, I don't think that fighting against the pathfinding of ramps or stuff like that is intrinsically skill testing. Like, it reinforces the necessity to look at your army, which is pretty much the only fucking good thing about it, if we're being honest. And it's a very good thing. I mean, it's important to look at your army, and it's important to have to look at your army in the context of an RTS. But I feel like there's more genuine, meaningful ways to do that. And that's simply just like, you know, making sure that your army is in sync when it's moving, making sure that when you're taking fights, it's good as well. But at that point, I think you come to the end of the rope. In some ways, I've added more avenues for movement around the map. Like over here, I added this area where you can elevate your Z a little bit in the middle of an engagement over here, just to add another layer of depth to the engagements you can take across the map. And yeah, it does also allow you to infiltrate a little bit easier, run it up this cliff and snipe this base if you were the Zerg, or if the Zerg took that base and you were the Terrans coming down here. So yeah, in a sense, I am adding more pathways. Like I added a ramp down here that allows you to flank the Magistrate space and stuff. I reshaped a lot of the Magistrate space area. So I am adding more pathways in a literal sense, but a lot of it is to try to add depth to the fights that you can take in certain areas, right? Like I'm honestly not really that happy with how the bridge area over here turned out. You know, I had reshaped it a little bit to add mineral only expansion over here, and then it felt like shit to add a mineral only expansion over there because it's hugging the cliff or hugging the border, and there's not even that much build space you get. So it really felt like it was added as an afterthought instead of like reworking the terrain more genuinely. And so now I'm thinking maybe I should rework the terrain more genuinely. You know, maybe I should, rather than have a bridge here at all, maybe just transform this into a road, make it a little bit more open. Because, admittedly, there's not a whole lot of build space for Zaz down here, and even if he could take it, it doesn't make sense to because of the positioning against Brass's main. So, like, Randall would just siege up some tanks over there and go to town on his hatcheries or his colonies or whatever were down here. Whereas it makes a bit more sense to open this area up and say, hey, if you want to build a lot of production structures, go over there. And maybe I can add a mineral-only expansion for Zaz, or a low mineral but medium gas expansion over there since he's a muta-focused AI. And maybe he can take that while, you know, that reserves this base to the left and this base down here for Gorn. Because Gorn actually only has this base dedicated to him. So it would make sense to add a second base for Zaz and make it up in this area. And so that's what I think I'm going to do next. I think that's next on the chopping block, is like reshaping this area, cutting away from the visually appealing but shallow gameplay-wise region that is this top left corner, and keeping the asphalt road that leads out of the map, because I think that's important for the sake of providing gameplay, story gameplay, like, what's it called? A fusion, a union. But this would make the map more open for sure because it cuts away at all the water here. So, you know, maybe I would add some cliff or something. I might add like an unconventional expansion where you have to build your hatchery on the low ground and mine from high ground areas or something. Just so that I can keep the base honest in that way, if that makes any sense. Because, like, right now the biggest issue is if I put a base here or like anywhere in this region, it's really difficult to actually access. So by forcing them to remain on the low ground but having them mine on the high ground, perhaps that would increase the value. Or otherwise just not putting it in a defensible position at all, making it so that it's very open. Since it's so far away from the action, that would be better, I think. So, well, I guess that kind of answers your question, Connor. I'm thinking for sure the base setup will be on the low ground. There probably won't be that much build space around the expansion. There'll be build space down here where it stands. Like this amount of build space is going to stay or increase. But I'm probably going to work it into this area over here, seal up the water. Which is kind of unfortunate because I like that it gave the impression that there's like a healthy amount of water in this area. You don't really have that impression without this chunk of terrain. But admittedly, this is a chunk of terrain that's going to be fairly infrequently traveled, I think. So I'm not really that worried about it. I think I'm going to move the road over to the left, migrate some of these doodads and cliff faces a little bit closer to where the expansion is going to be, seal up this area. Maybe put like a cliff that you can then use to drop. Maybe connect this cliff over here. Push this ramp forward a few tiles, and then connect this cliff around so that it flanks over, and add a ramp out here. So you could, you can already see where that would help. And then, yeah, I'm probably going to work in the expansion over here. It'll probably just end up being a low ground expansion. Pushing this road to the left allows me to fill it in over here without having it contrast with this expansion too much, like be too close to it or whatever. And then I'll separate the two with unbuildable terrain so that you can't connect with a bunch of colonies. Alright, I had to blow my nose and then I was reading Mongolism and pouring water. Now I'm back. So, let's get to work on my proposed change. First up, I'm going to start shaping this area, which means taking all these. Well, water is a cliff that you can't traverse on, right? Like tar. So how it differentiates, how it is distinct from a cliff, it begins and ends there. It's not that different. But the fact that you can't land on it is a big difference in the grand scheme of things. For sure, that's going to change quite a bit in terms of how you conceptualize the battlefield. So I mostly chalk it up to a lot of aesthetic differences. I don't know why I Control-Z'd there. It's too late to fix that now. But yeah, I would say just replace those later if I feel like it. You just have to understand what's happening when you place water. That's all. Like, you're placing, it would be the same thing as if I did this with a cliff, right? If I just kept doing stuff like this, right? You can't land any units on here. I mean, obviously, I think you can because of the way that the pathing is, but you can't land any units on here to take advantage of it, but it's not water. Like, I guess it also blocks vision, so there is another gameplay element to it. With water, I would say it doesn't need to be a river, but it makes most logical sense when you're looking at a river. So that's the argument for keeping it a river. Just gonna one tile hero my way through this area. Right, I don't like placing a huge number of tiles. Like I think you can design a lake, or part of a lake or something that starts from off map, and that can be about as interesting as you can get, really. I need to get different. So I agree with what you're saying there. Oh. Now I know why I clicked off this mix. Jesus Christ. That might be in order. The biggest issue with his placement right now is that he doesn't really have a whole lot of build space, and he doesn't have a great buffer for if the player assists Randall and stops him from getting annihilated. So in a situation where both players collaborate to help Randall stabilize and then push into Zaz's area, yeah, Zaz will probably die. What I'm kind of counting on in a situation like that is then Gorn ascends to spawning 10,000 infested Terrans and Broodlings, and what's it called? This guy Eric starts spinning colonies into your base. So I'm kind of expecting pressure to offset that, but it certainly isn't, beyond the. It's not out of the question to push him back, hugging the upper part of this cliff, or extending this cliff out a little bit to offer a bit more room for Zaz. And then I could add like another cliff over here. But the biggest issue with doing something like that is that then you've got this base, the base that I'm going to add over here, suddenly has much less justification. Because there's not that much of a gap between the two. So. No, I don't want him to be on a high ground base. Especially one with such little build space in the first place. Even if I wind it in, it's not going to be enough for a main. Happy medium is probably moving him up to somewhere around here. Oh, I'm glad I need to close and reopen the map for any sense to be made. What's going on, Anim? Welcome to the stream. I don't think Blizzard has any interest in hiring me, nor do I have any interest in working for them, but I appreciate the sentiment. Not only that, but nothing I would work on would be compatible with Remastered anyway, so... And they would never glorify modding of any platform, least of all an older one. I think there's some... Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait. No, I remember. I've been modding every day since early November. I still work every, well, 4 days out of the week. But I've been doing these daily streams for many months now. I intend to do them many months after Corona, too. That one's not gonna work either. Well, I think I'll placeholder use this tiny one, since I know that'll work. In fact, maybe the original one will work, the OG. Well, when I take that one tile out, it does. Epic. Alright, we'll just do that. Yeah, I feel you, man. I think we started working... you started working on Overlord around the same time I started working on Hydra 2.0, right? Or were you working on it as far back as Hydra 1.0? Pretty nuts. Okay. Yeah. Might be time to start working on our own shit. Well, I tried to deal with this mix, but it didn't really work. Just move on to something else. I think we've reshaped the map pretty well. Time to place some mineralis. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure something there is fucked up. Alright, so you're gonna have to update the tile flag somehow. That's interesting. Eventually I'm gonna do more than just that. I'm gonna have like a starting barracks, and spawning pool for all the AIs and stuff like that. Another thing I was thinking of that's very subtle and potentially will take some time to work out properly, technically, is eventually I want like an arming animation for everything that spawns in. I'm not really sure how to describe it, but for example, like, it's really easy for Terrans. My idea for Terrans is that when you start a mission, even in Melee, your command center actually lands. Your SCVs are already in place, but your command center has that landing animation. It plays its landing animation. Maybe it starts like already halfway through its landing animations. It takes like less than a second, or around a second, and then you get control. And the idea is that this allows for like a little bit of extra time for warm-up before so you can already start to grab your workers, and you can see for a split second like what you actually have. So your barracks would do this, your, any depots you have would be able to, you'd be able to look at those and take those in. For Zerg, it would probably play their hatching animation, like the hatchery would be like in the middle of morphing and then hatch in that time. And for Protoss, I guess the warp-in animation would be fine, but it would have to be accelerated again. You'd have to be like going into it like at the last second. It's a 3-second warp-in time, so it would have to be like the last second of it, basically. I want to do something like that just because I feel like that's a nice way to signify, like, all right, whatever you just heard in the briefing and all that other junk, like, regardless of what ends up happening with that, like, this is what you're doing now. Like, here's what we got. So if not all of your structures, then it would just be your town hall, but I think it would be nice to have all of your structures be doing the same thing. So like the starting spawning pool would also have that animation. And the idea is like, it's a nice little arming time for your brain. You're like, oh, all right, I'm playing, And I think there's something about that will, psychologically speaking, be really, really helpful. Yeah, despite like and in spite of all of the psychological stuff that I said, I do think it'll also just look cool, like you were saying. So. Exactly, yeah. Like, as soon your briefing screen goes away, and then you zoom in, maybe your UI would fade in or something, if we can do an effect like that in that time as well. And it's like activating the command module or something, I don't know. It's like you're zoning in. Something about that is very attractive to me, the idea. Yeah. I think the idea of them actually popping in like that is a good one as well. Icor's like, great, another idea I've got to do. But I think it would be nice for a variety of reasons. So. I was thinking of the same thing, actually. Is like drones unburrowing, zealots warping in. Like, all of your units would also do the same thing. It's just that you don't really have an equivalency for Terrans. Oh yeah, you mean this? That would be a road marker, is the term you were thinking of. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like maybe when your command center lands, your SCVs can fountain out of it. But again, that looks a little silly, I think. So. I don't know. I don't think there would be a necessity for anything from that. No, I mean, the thing is, like, there's no reason for that actually breaks immersion for me. The idea that all of your units get trained from the command center at the same time, or they all come out of the structure at the same time, or whatever. Like, there should just be dropships at that point. Like, I think you could accomplish the same thing subtextually by just having a dropship fly off. Like, fly away from the SCVs. I did that in the updated version of NORAD 2 for Hydra 1.0. I cut down on the cutscene time a lot. I think I made it so that you start immediately, and the dropships are just flying away. Instead of, like, before that, the protracted cutscene time of this dropship flying in, and it took, like, forever to actually get accomplished, to get anything done in that sense. And so, yeah, I wound up doing that, and that was much better, generally speaking. I was thinking about remaking Biting the Bullet so that you'd have more Protoss, and so that there'd be a clean 10 maps. Thought that would be nice. Skip. Now I'm pretty sure that the ramp tile there shows up as oh, that's the reverse one. God damn it. I don't even know where oh, found it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure here that the oh, no, actually it's fine. Okay, good to go then. See you, nerd. Oh, I guess I do need to change that up, though. Because that tile at the base should not be unbuildable, I don't think. Well, should it though? Is that even true? Hold on. I gotta go. I'll reopen the map real quick and I'll compare the buildable flags. No, I guess that's just how it is. It normally isn't buildable. Oops. I clicked on that mix, guys, sorry. My main mistake. So next up, I'm thinking I actually need to. I do like it. It's fine that I'm in this state where I'm adding a new group because I need to figure out what is what here. I thought they were gonna tell me the mini tile or mega tile ID, but instead they tell me the group ID. Don't look at those frogs. Not a good idea. Well, I guess that means one thing I can jump to is I can just open up the other tile set. I know. 2308. Of course, it doesn't display group ID in here, so I actually have to just go find it. So yeah, there should be unbuildable tiles here and here for the ramps. So I'm gonna make some duplicate groups, and we're gonna just make those groups unbuildable with the same mega tiles. So in this case, we know 2313, 2314. That's gonna be unbuildable. And then 2365, 2366. And on the other side, 2345. And 293, 294. And then I needed some for the reverse ramps as well, I believe. Yes, that's fine. So in this case, we're looking for... Wait. How does that keep happening? Alright. We'll look for the low one in a second. Right now we're looking for... I think we did this earlier, didn't we just do this? No, we did the lower edge, so we need... $23.35. We also need these. I'm pretty sure we need a couple of basic tiles. So we have $28,651. Don't say that. What's wrong with you? Alright, that's in. And then yeah, we just need the this tile and then these, I think. That should be good. So we'll do... I have to find wherever the normal asphalt is. I think it's above the structure. Oh, I just passed by it. I see the edge tiles. Yeah. So I need 2091. 291, I guess. Which means I need 271 and 72. And then I need 265. And okay. So we're gonna do that. Save, close. I need this and that. And that. No, I guess that's not necessary. What else we got here? Epic. So I did all that. Did that one. Okay, I think we're good on the ramps. I think we unbuildable all of the ones that we needed to unbuildable. And the creep looks a little bit more manageable now. A little bit more smart. Balanced. Bonk. Well, things are going pretty well here so far, I think. Moving those doodads around will give it a little bit more maneuverability over here. So close to the cliff, I mean, it only makes sense, I think. I'm even going to shrink this up one tile. It's the right thing to do, I think, to make sure that there's enough maneuverability around the map. Was thinking of expanding this out and offering a ramp, but I don't think it's super necessary at this point. I do think it's a good idea to do that, though. And yeah, so that's good. We've done all that. wondering about. I think maybe doing something like this would be better. Okay. All right, I think we're in shape in this area. I still probably want to move around a lot of stuff on a small scale level, but I selected high dirt, not mud. I mean mud, not high dirt. Idiot. Oh, that's not even close. Wait. Okay. I have no idea. I don't think I have that mud blend, actually. Apparently I was wrong. Though I have no idea what subtile that's a blend of. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, it's this. Cool, I did actually have a blend for that. Always nice when you already did the work that you had to do. Epic. I think that was originally for Vzergo 1. So, nice. Now, the one thing I didn't do that I said I was going to do was I wanted to wall this area off in terms of like stopping them from spreading creep over there, but I'm not sure that that makes any sense to do now, mostly because of the fact that, for one, I would have to break up the asphalt road, which I'm not too keen on doing. For another, there's not really that many areas for the... I think I've made it sufficiently... small, but like if you were to build a lot of stuff in this area, you would actually be impacting your own pathability, right? Like if the AI built a lot of colonies and connected this stuff together, sure, it would make it harder for enemies to siege or whatever, but like, are you really going to do that when the rotations are through other areas where you're going to have buildings or through a very tight corridor? Like, in order to get out of here, you want to leave yourself some way to move out of your base, so I don't think they're going to do all that, is my point. But, yeah, that's that. It's fine. I've got these backwards. Okay. Just want to make sure that... Aha! Okay. I knew something dumb was going to happen. Alright. So we know north is 11 and south is 9. So that hasn't changed. And natural is still 14, so that hasn't changed. I fucking lucked out there. Cool. Well, we've done a lot of tile set stuff and a lot of layout stuff for this map, which I'm happy about. And yeah, I think I'm game to add 6 workers for the players. All right. Well, I can't wait to see Eric in action, that's for sure. I'm going to be right back, use the bathroom, get some more water. You know how it is. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. All right. Yeah, still upgrades, expos, and expansion, and attacks. I'll do the upgrades now. I was just typing a bunch of shit about stuff in the Mark Time Strategy channel. Fagudo was posting screenshots again.
Maybe you won't even twitch.
was talking to Iquare about the way to handle starting unit deploying animations, and I think we could probably throw it in the config in case other people wanted to use it. It would be something like if they don't have a specified animation, then you wouldn't have... there would just be no effect. They would not play any starting animation, but you'd be able to set the animation for each unit and also the speed of that animation. So it could be like warp in or land or almost build or something. I'm not really sure if that would work 100% though, because I feel like for Zerg it probably wouldn't work. I guess we could just add custom animations at that point.
I remember just constant, absolute terror, and I can't explain.
Skip. Alright, let's actually hit the upgrades. I think this system, even though it's a bit messier with more headers, like more blocks, it's cleaner in terms of the actual execution. Well, I think we've done all of the upgrades. I do have to do spellcasting for Parasite and Broodling. That's that.
Is a matter of belief, but we are certain that Satanism exists. To some, it's a religion. To others, it's the practice of evil in the devil's name. This is not a Halloween fable. This is a real-life horror story.
So what do we got next? We got expansions next. Pop those in right here, I think. Well, chronologically speaking, it's the second upgrade that he receives, but he also has to wait for a lair for that. Well, it's the second evolution chamber upgrade he requests, but he has to wait for a lair. His build order right now is spawning pool, Evo chamber, lair, Hydra den, stuff like that. However, there will be a wait before the lair. I think he will get an expansion before he gets lair. Let me see. He's got 9 mineral fields in his main, which isn't crazy. So I'll add another one. Make it a little bit easier to access this stuff. This is Arak. Wait, what do you... Another expo? No, I meant I just added one more mineral field to his main. That's what I was talking about. Because obviously he's super mineral focused with all that stuff, so... So I want this guy to grab like 24 drones or so. Let's see, where's the main worker at? Looks like he does go up to 24, which is fine. So I have to figure out how I want, like, rather than it just being a time delay, I would like to figure out what makes sense to do when it makes sense to expand a second time, right? We don't really have good work for this. Like, we don't really have any commands that can help us here. I was thinking that... I don't know, everything that I can think of is like a really silly workaround. Like, for example, I was just now thinking of a command that would let us compare the count of how many units we had to deaths of a certain death. And when they were equivalent, or like at least that count, then we would have the ability to... what's it called? So we would have the ability to like wait until that was true. So we would add, like, say our default worker count is 24 for the main. That's our max worker count. So we would wait until we had 20 workers and then at least like 12 in the main, or like 16 workers in the main, 12 in the natural, and then we would expand again. But it needs to increment every time. So like there needs to be... I think the AI should only seek to expand when it's gotten a certain amount of saturation at all of its mining bases. And that saturation level should be equivalent to like not only the resource count, but all like the not only the number of mineral fields to mine from, but also the number of resources that are there. So that if it's a low base, like it's only got 600 resources available, then they really only need like 6 drones or something. You know? So I guess for now I will keep it as a simple wait. But it would be nice to figure out some way to find a better path for that, I think. Fringe man. Yeah, exactly. Like, the idea is that there wouldn't be that much mining. Imagine this is a natural expansion thread right here, guys. That's all it is. That's ridiculous. I like it. You'll get your sunks, don't worry. Exactly. Cringing man. I shouldn't have drank so much water. I have to pee again. Don't you just hate when that happens? I thought about starting the one of the players off with a queen, but it's just too gimmicky. That being said, I think Gorn will start out with more stuff. Gorn or Zaz. One of them is going to start out with a more pre-established presence. Very similar to my plan for the first Protoss mission, where you're doing a 3v3 there. Phoenix and Dagoth are fighting, and the other AIs, and like the 2 Protoss and the 2 Zerg that make up the 3v3, that turn the 1v1 into a 3v3, are arriving. Well, you can't ensnare anymore. It's only from Broodlings and Infested Terrans ensnare will cast when you research it, when they die or attack. Well, they don't cast ensnare on attack. Broodlings, well, obviously Infested Terrans do because their attack is detonating. Broodlings apply it on attack. It's like an on-hit effect for them. But you will get your workers broodlinged all the time, yeah. There's an upgrade for the Aberrant Queen that changes the Aberrant Queen spawn broodling to, in addition to spawning broodlings, it spawns an infested Terran. I don't actually remember how that worked. I think it was only for the Queen, but I could be wrong about that. The Bastithier. Oh yes, they spawn 3 broodlings instead of 2, or 6 if the target is killed instead of 4. Oh yes, all spawned units gain 25% increased movement and attack speed, so that's broodlings. From everybody. Including, like, other queens. But they have to be within the aura radius of the matriarch, the command radius. And then... yeah, spawns an infested Terran 2 seconds after spawning broodlings. So it would spawn an egg that would then hatch into an infested Terran. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. So that's the first level of one of the mutations for the Bastithier. And then if you mutate it a second time in that tree, you have... if you kill an enemy within if an enemy dies within 4 seconds of being attacked by the Bastithier itself, the upgraded Bastithier, they also spawn the brood spawn things, which would be broodlings and infested Terrans. So pretty psychotic. There's a lot of power in that. Like, that's going to require a lot of testing and rebalancing. Which is really unfortunate because you want to figure out as much on paper as possible so that you don't rely on... like, it's so difficult to implement ideas on a technical level that when you have a situation like this where you're trying to really shake things up and see what happens, and a lot of it is experimental and it goes through a variety of different design decisions and all that. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough to figure all that out. So. I think there's... are there still mineral onlys on the map, or did I remove them all? I think there's still one somewhere. I could be wrong about that. They might all be... wow. Indeed they all are. So that would make this, I believe, the latest one. Yeah. So... so 9 is south. Oh wait, we're not doing that. So we're only doing 14 for the nat.
Now pay attention again to the beat of the drums, and then listen as the song starts to tail off. You begin to hear screams in the background, which is a symbolism of people becoming possessed with this being sung.
I think I asked you to implement it, but I'm fairly certain you did it through GPTP, but I guess I could be wrong about that. Obviously, I don't think anybody's played as Protoss, so we don't know, really. Alright, I'm returning in a moment. Just have to use the bathroom real quick. Alright, I'm back. What? Well, I was almost back. My package came a day early. It was no. That's the best April Fool's joke I've seen at all. Pretty funny stuff right there, man. Alright, so I also have to figure out what I'm doing with staging. I think for sure the first one that they should attempt to do at all should be the one that goes towards the 2 human players. And if that one's not successful, then they pivot towards the one to the left. But it also, if it's not successful and they get pushed into their main and drive back defenders, they should probably just push to the right and tighten up. So I'm not sure how that'll work out exactly. So maybe they should always pick the right one to start out with, but that one has a fair bit of a delay. When can that one start anyway? Alright, let's figure out at what point. Yeah, oh, I didn't even see what that iCore said he could add it. That was it. That was their end. Wait, what do I even want to listen to now? Cyber Electro. Oh yeah, I was looking for in the main town. So that's apparently 5. So weight build 5. So I guess instead of worrying about the exact colony count, I'll just wait until we have yeah, wait, I don't have any maps for you. Wait a sec. Wait a couple months. Well, you can do. You can play the PvP version at some point. I'm sure that'll be out there. So the other thing that I'm going to start implementing here is figuring out certain safety measures. So I think, for example, the spore colonies should probably... I mean, we're basically done with the coding. Like, I have to do attacks still. The AI will do its thing now. Oh, I do have to do... I have to do space layouts. I have to do base layouts for that. That's something I did forget to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I should just look at the sunk B's 28, okay. So we have 20, 1, 2. So for spores, we have 6. And for sunkens, in total, we have 22. So we have oh yeah, I have to skip this too because it takes 8 years to finish her rant. Okay. So C has 21 and 4. Which means sunken colonies are 17. I did 22 instead of 21 on the creep colony, so that's where that discrepancy comes from. For spores, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I see 6 here, which tells me that I fucked up with that initial count. But I don't remember if there was only 1 spore in the main here or 2. Alright, there is 1. So there's 5, because this one was the 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there was no need for any of that, so... Dog, by the way. What's up, Bailiff? Huh? You woke up and you saw people talking about Warcraft 3 and ammo systems. And you're just like, fuck this, I'm going back to bed. So I actually grabbed, I forgot to let a few of those off the hook because they're meant to be part of the expansion. So we have 1, 2, 3 down here, which means for B I've got 19, 25, and... I had some ID set up for these. 10, 11, and 12, it looks like. I think it's a good idea. I think you should be able to send in requests, and certain AIs will, like based on the AI's personality, they may approve or deny. But generally, your AI allies would approve if they had enough money. Being able to somehow visualize how much money your ally has as well might be good. Something like, I mean, Warcraft 3 had that UI thing where when you selected an allied unit, it would show their gold count or whatever. I think maybe we could have something similar where we select an allied town hall. Or you selected an allied building in Warcraft 3. I think we could do the same thing, actually. Select an allied building and see their supply and resources. Maybe that could work. And that could be a config option for allied resource UI or something. Allied resource UI. I should be adding all these ideas to the wish list. I keep forgetting. The starting unit deploy one as well. Alright, so I've put in deploy animation stuff, flags. What was the other one that I was going to add? Oh yeah, sending resources or whatever. Oh no, it wasn't that. It was something else. I forget. Alright, well, let's see what happens anyway. Oh, I wrote the wrong thing there. All right. Hopefully that works out. So, what else do we got? We've done all that. I think it's just attacks now, right? Oh, I was going to wait for... Oh, no, I already did that. Yeah. Bonk. Hey. Wait, how long is this script right now? It's actually going to be smaller than this AI, which is insane to think about. It's not even 1,000 lines. This one's 1,245. All I've got to do is up attacks and targeting regions, so it'll probably crack 1,000. But I might even be able to keep it underneath that. I don't think so, but outside chance. So what do I actually need here? I need the attack stuff. That's going to be add rand. And then we've got, of course, AR scale. I'm actually going to put AR scale down here, or up there. And then we'll do select. One of the things I was thinking about for target selection would basically be something like taking, like figuring out what the most recent player to attack was. The fuck? Oh. I thought I was losing my hearing, and then I was like, oh wait, maybe my headphones are failing, and then I just wiggled the cord and it worked. What the fuck? But the most recent attacker wouldn't necessarily be great anyway. I think I would want some sort of system that would bias towards working... I'm biased towards attacking in a certain way, but... So I think actually it should just be something to the effect of like... Be well, Connor. Thanks for hanging. Infested Heltrix all there is. Yeah. This is a little silly. Yeah, I just used it to great effect when just now writing it. So. I'm a fan. I think it should probably be possible to further specialize certain things like matching one prep region to multiple target regions. I mean, I guess I can still do that by random jumping or whatever, but... and that's probably cleaner anyway. So, like I was thinking, randomly select a prep region and then match it to one of many options for targeting regions. So it would be something like... So yeah, you can still do what I was after anyway. Just with a little bit of a different route. Yeah, I mean, my biggest concern is readability, but... like, legibility of it all, but it's probably fine, if I had to guess. Oh, right, yeah, select weakest... Right, so like of the available options that you've specified, check the weakest stuff. I also think that there should be like some sort of attack prepare new or something like that, where you can do all sorts of crazy shit with that, where you can specify, you know, pick a weaker area. We need some way to log what the AI player actually knows though, because as we get into the areas where they can pick smarter targets than what we're talking about right now, it's going to become super obvious that the AI is cheating with vision. And I don't want the AI to be knowing all that stuff, right? Like enemy owns and some or bring jump with enemy things that they haven't scattered out yet, you know? Like anything that's conditional on stuff like knowing what the player has should be normal or whatever. It should be standard. Should be not cheating. But how are things going with Overlord anyway? What have you been up to recently? I know I've basically just been asking you to work on a bunch of... what do you call them? I've been asking you to work on a whole ton of different commands and stuff. So... and other functions. So I know you haven't had too much time to work on your maps, but... Even my dog doesn't like this song. Oh, it's Hydra. It was. I heard scary horror stories about that from Connor. I assumed he was... At first I thought it was a joke, and then I just wrote it off. Pre-placed units for players other than active players. Well, the thing about neutral players is, like, what are they? Right? You have to come up with something that fits the setting in an organic sense, so it feels like it belongs. And that's like a very visceral thing. It's like a very intuitive thing. It's low level. And then you've got to come up with something that fits gameplay-wise, which is intuitive in a gameplay sense as opposed to a narrative sense or a world-building sense, immersive sense. So there's tons of different things that has to factor into, right? But I think Tiberian's Sun, the second Command & Conquer game, the second full Command & Conquer game, right? I think that game had an interesting take because it had the resources were actually hostile to you in a sense, right? It did damage, which I thought was a dumb gimmick. I thought that they could have worked it in to be more so that it's hostile in the sense that it can block build space. It can deny you of that resource if you don't keep it in check. And then they could have left it at that, which it already did. And maybe they could have played up on that and made it grow faster, which would have increased the potential for faster-paced gameplay and stuff. But then they also had, of course, the monsters, the mutants, the things that sort of thrived in that environment. And they could have made that a more genuine thing. Like, rather than killing your units with the Tiberium, instead, the Tiberium could, like, the trees or whatever, the things that increase the regeneration rate could also have actually trained Tiberian units. And then you had to decide, do I want to keep that hazard there, which can potentially fuck with my units? Or do I want to... kill it and find some other way to regenerate the resources faster. Yeah, I know the relative stuff is really useful for compositions. Well, it's more that he's like a pressure cooker, right? So he has smaller attacks in theory, especially in the early game, but he keeps the pressure on. He forces you to move units or build defenses or be mindful of him. And while he's attacking you with these smaller waves, with smaller delays, he's also building a lot of colonies and trying to push into your territory. So he's keeping up pressure in multiple ways. And the idea is that he's also meant to be a significant distraction from you dealing with the bigger threats in theory. Gorn is going to eventually have like 30, 40 queens, and I would say even more mutalisks for Zaz eventually as well. And they do have guardians in this mission. So Gorn is a more of a defensive, slow, conservative Cerebrit in terms of his personality, but you'll see Zaz be more aggressive in the early game, scout out a lot, do a lot of like an early expansion almost always, stuff like that. Eric also likes himself some earlier expansions, probably not as early as Zaz, because Eric usually sets up some, like, basically gets in order to be at the most comfortable. Eric tends to build like an early evolution chamber for fast Carapace, and not exactly a one base layer, but starting the layer immediately after the first hatchery goes down at the expansion. So like they don't build a macro hatchery until their expansion is already in progress and their layer is already in progress, and they probably won't even build their macro hatchery until after the expansion has been set up with a couple of drones, and then at that point, that's when the things start to kick into high gear, if you will. But yeah, he's the AI that kind of like also likes to he's the AI that kind of likes to do the crazy 4-pull strats, you know, or like he won't actually 4-pull because he started with 6 workers, but there's gonna be some stuff in that. Yes, Dagoth really likes to have a smaller surface area of a base to attack, because he upgrades almost every single hatchery into a lair, and most layers into hives as well, so the ratio is much different than in other cases. Oh yeah, well, and then we need Aberrants for map 2 of Zerg and Protoss 1. We already need Terran Heroes for Terran 1. I think Zerg 1 is the one that has like the most... I don't think it needs that much in terms... Like it needs Reaver Micro and kiting and stuff, but every map needs that. So Zerg 1 is actually the easiest one to do with our current tools. And Terran 1 still needs the heroes, so... That's why I'm not sweating it. I'm like, let's just get what we can get done in that sense. Well, only for this one. Everything else is not a pair. I just matched the first, like, the prep region to one of a few options. In this case, it's 3, but that's not... That's just a happy accident. Originally, there was, like, 3 prep and 7 target. I just reused a few of them for the other options. This harass one is just for the early game. Yeah, it's just an album called Trilogy by Carpenter Brute. Wow, I streamed for way longer than I intended to initially. But I think we're done with the AI. Let's try to get it compiled. Oh, good one. I don't know how I managed to do that one. That's pretty funny. Oh, I skipped the easiest one. That's pretty. That's also very funny to me. Uh, 967 lines, which is probably one of the smallest AIs I've written in a long time. Thankfully, thanks in large part to all of this. So, it's going to be a little bit more because I forgot to add in the EXP worker system. So I think we're actually going to breach 1,000. No, 995. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we're for sure breaching it now. Because I forgot to do the layouts for one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. Nice. Well, we know this is 7. It's 14. I don't know about 13. What would that be? 11's over here somewhere. I saw an 8 earlier. It's over here, yeah. Five is, I mean 6. Everything's still the same here, yeah. 12, 13. Amazing. I never expect that to work. $14 and $7 are out. Oh. Eventually I'll rework that loop A system, because it ends up having harassment attacks, which are generally going to be better. Oh, I guess I could just do it this way, now that I think about it. I can do something like... that. That's fine. It's 3v3. And obviously none of this shit is pre-placed. Just coordinates. So you got Zaz in the top left, Gorn in the top right, Eric down here in the bottom or middle right, Rainer down here bottom middle, Magistrate bottom right, and Randall in the middle. Smack dab. Alright, I'm out of here for real now. Now that I've compiled this AI. Wait, I did compile it, right? Yeah. Do you know if landing buildings? Yes. Well, I don't know about borrowed units. Oh, yeah. No, I do remember that. Because that used to be like a can you do 26 tricks map thing. And you had to do that. I knew about the tank one. All right. Well, I will see you gentlemen later on today for a Doom playthrough with Dynamo. I think we're starting that in like an hour and a little bit. I'm going to do a dead call between then and now, and otherwise just chill. So, bye.